Hello brother folks, welcome back to this Gnomes, and this is another session of the streaming on rigging and world building sci-fi project 3D cartoon style adaptation from 2D drawings to 3D character in Blender. And so my timing here is a bit incorrect, wrong technique, but we are going to continue nonetheless. So tomorrow, or at least let's say today, Monday, I'll double stream, so that's it. I'll do stream now, which is already Monday, and then I want to have another live stream on Monday, but it will be much sooner probably. Yeah, so I'll do double stream today, but this counts as Sunday's one for me, and hope for you too, but it doesn't matter now. So what I have here is that last time I was attempting, it was a very long live stream, attempting to reproduce, right, the universal sonic mouth rig setup on this character Aisha. And well, we got essentially the rig is here, right? But yeah, many things were missing. I've missed. So for example, I don't have the teeth, I don't have the tongue, well, maybe the tongue, so I have to recover those things and rig them to this character design, and I'll show you how I do this. You can also use the other rig ideas like the universal sonic mouth rig. Yes, I'm making it slightly different, but something that is very interesting is that when we are, hold on, let's just, because it's mouth interior thing, let's disable this. What is, so you see I have this mouth interior bag thing, but we don't have the tongue nor the arcades, and I don't think I have this anywhere in this file. Yeah, no other scene here, so I'm just going to append those things, or instead, because appending can make some, okay, I know what I'm gonna do, folks. So I have a file here, hopefully organized. So this is the character I was taking thing from in terms of the armature stuff, and in this case it will, so she has a working sort of, it was never completed because it was very challenging, but you see that I have the arcades, the teeth moving there in relation to this bone here, this mouth control, right? So we have this Pixar like deform. Oh, this is not working. Okay, we could have some interesting. Yes, I could have the the teeth deform according to this. That's right. So this is the, oh, this is not okay. So this rig is ancient, is older, so there are many things that, but at least the side thing is interesting because we can do we can move only the lips, right? Deform only the lips. We can also deform only the arcades. This is a bit confusing here. I need some, right? So these arcades, they work like the universal sonic mouth rig in terms of, you have 3 bones in the universal sonic mouth rig. You have something like that, and you have this, and okay, so then maybe I don't remember intermediate bone, right? So it depends on the character design and what you want to do. So and so the interesting thing about the universal sonic mouth rig, note this, in other mouth rigs we tend to use the jaw and the pivot point inside the head, like more realistically, to have the arc of rotation for those features. But in the universal sonic mouth rig, those things are bound to not exactly a pivot point necessarily, but to this arc which follows the muzzle shape in all the directions, in all the orientations, at least regarding the plane curved surface of the muzzle. So you see, this is the teeth are not following a ballistic rotation, regular rotation from the center of the head, interior, some pivot point, static. No, it used something that is more irregular and related to the characters. Of course, because of how we rigged this, there could be some jumps, right? So, and this probably is because the mesh is deforming, the ghost mesh, the invisible one. Maybe it's not very smooth and it's deforming some strange ways, but in principle, though, this should be smooth, and I need to improve that. Not in this rig, because I'm not gonna rework this anymore. This was just experimental. We found great features here. Another thing that I'm using here, I'm using double bones for the side lip. It's an idea that I had. I don't know if someone had this idea. It's not super original, but basically you have double stacking bones there for the lip corner. So we have one, it's the main, and we have another which is a secondary, which is maybe for the bottom part, and they share waves. Let's make sure it's, let's see. Oh, those are the control bones, folks. Need the deform bones. Yeah, so this is like the bottom, and this is the top. It's essentially the same thing, but yeah, there's some slight difference. So we can spread the corner lips, and I thought that maybe this will be good for, and they move in sync, right? The top one follow the, I need to reset on pose mode. Now, one of them, oh, these are the deform bones, sorry folks. The up one leads, yeah. Oh, actually it's the, okay, they are two, it doesn't matter. So apparently this one controls the bottom. And so here I had many things I couldn't fix. One thing that I was struggling a lot, and this time I want to fix, is not how the lips go outside. This is something about the shrink wrap and some other things. This is not the problem. The main problem here is that despite this lips division, I was still struggling with this mesh here, right? You see, so I have some tricks in my pocket. So I want to implement shape keys for mouth expression to work in relation to the universal sonic boundary, which are already predictable, right? It's predicted in the universal sonic boundary. But here we were doing here this file. Just let's pick the arcades. I want to know the name of these 03A arcades. Well, let's call like that, and just mesh, just to differentiate. I want to be sure, because when we append, there are this, and I'm not sure if this thing or is this thing that cares. And I think I should have a tongue here. Well, doesn't this character has a tongue mesh? Apparently not. Okay, but a tongue is not. Arcade's tongue. Oh, it's this. Okay, so it's there. So I just have to separate this mesh. All right. So not necessary. We can leave that as one, but as I did here. But now let's. They bring wave paint. So then I'm gonna show how that works. So that will be. Wait, I've named two things. Now I don't understand what. okay, arcade tongue. Oh, it was this. Okay, sorry folks. So I'm gonna save this. We can use two open blend files instead, but I want to do the vanilla way. So let's bring here and let's go to the new scene here. Dorothy, okay, this one. Then we have meshes, or did be object, so could say object. Then we have 03, right? 03. Arcade tongue. Oh, so nope, object is bad, so let's do the append instead as mesh. And so this is where the things are usually not named properly, right? Except this one. Let's see. Alright, but where it is... Oh, there it is. Alright, so cool. I think this worth a... Yeah. Let's make a vanilla highlight here, folks. This might be interesting. Okay, I'm just gonna save here. Hello folks, so suffering with appending files and stuff. Well, one way if you want to append, well, best way would be to open Blender twice and then you just copy half window to the other. That works. But there is another way. So for example, on this character I want to append, I want to bring in, import some sort of teeth, tongue meshes in it. But this is very annoying, so I've created a collection here to just whichever bring new I put in here, then I reorganize. I prefer this because if something goes wrong, right, then I put it at the bottom, but we could place it anywhere. Anyways, then let's say that I want to append, but here is the thing. I know which is the file that I want to bring stuff. It is this one, Dorothy. And here is the object, mesh object that I want to bring. It's called 03A Arcade Tongue. And it is in a mouth collection, but the collection doesn't matter for the... So it's here in this case, right? Doesn't matter. Then, and you know that every mesh object usually has something, another secondary thing. So this is the mesh object, and this is the mesh, the mesh elements combined into it, mesh data. And the problem is that if we append the object, so you see, if I were to import this object, I'll have some troubles. I'll show that later which trouble is that. But instead of appending the object, mesh object, we can append this thing, the mesh data, which is safer apparently. So I'm gonna rename this to something already renamed. So I just place this so that I myself could be sure this is a differentiate. So you see mesh thing. So even actually data, okay, mesh data, because this looks like data here. All right. So I've renamed this. So I would have to rename this if I want that. So like 03B muzzle. I got the idea, right? It doesn't matter, but this is what I want to append prior to this. This is bad, and I'll show you why. So rename that, then I can save here. Then I'm gonna go back where I was working with. Let's say I don't have this, so let's select my collection here, file, append. Then let's say I want the object from that file, right? This Dorothy. Then object and 03 arcade stone. And oh my god, what's that? Okay, it imported, it appended all this junk, right? No, I don't want this. This is very bad, right, folks? So let's just do instead append. So this is why it's much wiser to look for the mesh. But if you look for the mesh, what is that? Right, I don't recognize anything because the names, apparently they name like this, Blender plane 01002 and such far. So here, because I have named, I can easily, as even the junk one, so just this 03A arcade stone data. Oh, yes. And probably it bring the mesh data stuff, but it bring really the mesh object itself. So there's tongue and teeth there, and with some mesh data, right, vertex groups, probably shape keys, you name it. And now I can easily bring this into the collection of the rigging melt that I'm making. Yeah, and then rename and whatever. So this is good technique, folks, not wrong technique. Enjoy. This is Anatoly Jim prank. Just mimicking. So that's it, folks. Alright, so now we can continue here. I almost forgot to. No, it's just the delay. I thought that was still on. It wasn't. So folks, I will show another trick here that is crazy. So I have, first let me replace this mesh. It has the origin there, right? Oh, let's make another highlight here. Let's mess with that. Oh, control dot. Shift Alt X. Oh, this is bad. Yeah. Folks, let's say set origin for objects, right? Origin to 3D cursor. This is usually what I use, but there are other things. Anyways, the problem is that it's always annoying to do this all the time if you're dealing with a lot of objects and experimenting or making good stuff. For example, here I need to centralize this. You see that these origins are all messed up, so first I would probably put this in place or on edit mode. It doesn't have a mirror modifier, so it doesn't matter, so you can just do anything with this. Let's just try to replace this, relocate here on edit mode. And there is something about origins that is interesting. So Shift S, cursor to world origin. All right, then maybe you don't know this, affect only origins in this option. So there's a shortcut, or maybe I've made it control on the keyboard. And so if we don't see, because here you see the shortcut that is onto here, what is happening? Well, we see now can only place this, but this is not super cool, right? The best thing would be to shortcut. By the way, if we want to shortcut all of this I think is dangerous. This might be interesting for rigging, and then go here. So now we see I've made Control Shift dot period, right? Control Alt period. So this is the shortcuts for this stuff. I think that at least now I remember it's all those things together, right? Then of course we know that we can bring this set origin to 3D cursor, but then we can add this. I don't have a shortcut for that, so I've just added this to quick favorite, right? So it's Q, right? And so you can just select anything, and right, and you have this set to origin to 3D cursor, and there we go. So now just fixing this by on edit mode, X-ray, and yeah, then I'll fix this with clipping with mirror modifier. It's very simple. Mesh in principle, yes, this is all selected. Let's add a mirror modifier, and just to complete this, generate mirror modifier, clipping and merge, and Shift X, there we go. So to all sides it's clipped. Ready. So that's it, folks. Good options to have to know the shortcut, and also set origin. Someone already had this idea, I'm just sharing. So let's continue here. Let's hide all those things. I probably can edit this mesh. I should bind this. The problem is that I cannot really test some expressions here, right? Not too much, right? I have mount control. Why am I doing this? All right. Without the mirror modifier, this is going crazy. All right. Let's reset this. A lot of retakes, right, to make. Okay, this is the problem of it's going too far, right? Need to assess these. It's not a deformed bone. It's just these ones. Okay, so I'm trying to find the correct positioning for in terms of character design, right folks? So maybe here we would have like the annotation works, alright, but it is not working for Control Z. View, no, surface, right? Good. Alright, so this is better, but this is not very precise, right? So maybe I can just do a annotate line, polygon. Now let's do this, but use some stabilizer and also surface, right? And then I think there's this X thing. Doesn't seem to work. Okay, I don't know what's this for then, if it's not for this. Anyways, let's get here. It's stabilized, so that's why sluggerish. There will be some stabilizer options. Where are they? Maybe I need to be on the draw mode, right? No, this is not draw mode. Okay, I've hidden everything. Those shortcuts are driving me crazy. So yeah, it will be something like control comma input, key map, key binding, shift plus, no, it's like shift 1, hide collection, object mode, hide collection. Yeah. Oh, is this a okay, none of them is toggling. Oh, shift is toggle, right? Shift 1 toggles, 1 makes it reappears, alt make it disappear. The problem is the shift, yeah, the problem is the shift, really this is how to fix that at once. So there are 3 shortcuts involved. I don't want any of them. So key map, alt 1, key binding, alt, no, key binding alt 1, hide collection. Okay, they have the same thing, so, and there is one object modes, hide collection. Okay, so there are 3 types, so some are, so it doesn't use there are some data here that does extra things. This is not just the alt. Okay, so we'll find this out. Yeah, let's make a shortcut here for so folks, tired of accidentally hiding your collections? Oh, what do you do now? Oh, annoying thing. So here we go. It's about the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 key bindings on the top of the keyboard, top left, right, or top generically. So me too. So instead, there's a proposition here. Go to the preference, key map. Let's look for these annoying shortcuts. So because I don't know anything here, actually I know, but I had to research this. I took a lot of time to understand this, how to, it's not so clear or intuitive, but it's good. This thing should be improved, but it's already good. So if we know how this works, so I see that usually the problem is the 1 or 2, but there's too much information. So shift, not shift plus, but just shift 1. And so here you see it finds the shortcuts, right? So hide collection, apparently that's the name here. There's a shift 1 and shift alt 1. Maybe I've made some manipulations there. And so this should be equivalent to shift 2, shift 3, but it's only for object mode that it seems to be this hide collection thing. It's actually wrong naming this, not wrong, but this is implies also toggle, show. It's not hide. This is misleading, and this looks like the same thing, but no, they aren't, because they have settings that differentiate between them two. We'll see those. Oh, we can see here. So for example, if I there's something about object hide collection, but there's some toggle thing, extend alt. Okay, there's a difference of alt, but this is sometimes is another property here, because the alt thing should appear already here, right? So we don't need that, but sometimes it's another property. Okay, so now that I know it's called hide collection, also notice that shift alt 1, there's also this. Then if I have just one object mode, there you have the hide collection. This control 1, I think there's nothing. No, it's control 1 object mode. Where's it? Okay, I can't, apparently not. So it's about all this hide collection. So you just go here and hide collection, and now we see that there is all this stuff, and you see that this seems all to be, well, what is all this madness? Well, it's not that we have many numbers, but is that some properties here are different. So for example, I cannot move them to collapse, but I can, yeah, this won't help. So you cannot have both combined, unfortunately. So some stuff, sometimes we cannot just find what we want. So here, exactly what we want, right? Double searching from different different categories. Then let's change this stuff. I could take off all those. What is Control H? So this I'm not sure about, but The problem is those number things. So I think if I just turn off all of this, that should be the way, instead of manually assigning shortcuts for everything. And maybe I want to destroy this by taking them shortcuts for other things. I'm already doing that for rigging anyways, but that should be, I believe, a solution. Or we could restore key map, or do this out. Actually, yeah, this is more pleasant, right? Let's delete. It's not that the out doesn't. Okay, so here there's something wrong about this, so not so good in this case. Apparently to click. Alright. Because it's all the same thing, so and there we go, almost end. So it's all 1 to 0. So those shortcuts are too much important to be this is in object mode. Is this some toggle? Okay, let's save this because I'm sure that's. Oh, there is an operator. Okay. But this doesn't toggle, right? So let's just go back there. Key map, hide collection. So make it toggle, and now save. I believe this should be correct. Then, well, no, not quite correct. Hide collection. Let's see here what can be achieved here. So yeah, so folks, here I'm not sure about what to do, so just whatever. At least oh, this is a selector. Okay, right. Anyways, that's the idea. So now no more of these mistakes, not for me and not for you if you change those things in some. So I can free all those for other more personalized use. So I think this is a good practice. There's been even a presentation recently that showed that this stuff should be made better in the Blender UI, how to improve Blender UI. And it's totally true. So that's it, folks. Another highlight here. Okay, so I was doing this thing. Hello Valley, sorry I haven't seen the... How you doing? Master Valley, CGI. So here we are going to continue in this retakes of the mouth thing, and I'm adding some extra features so required, right? So I'm gonna show how. First, I don't want this the same object, so let's just select the tongue. Let's hide the eyes, just the eyes. All right. This is the melt interior, so this is not important. Did that bring any material with it? Yeah, there is some dirty lipstick, not required. Oh, for the tongue having a different color, why not? Yeah, alright. So it differentiates from the gum. Okay, and this is not required. Oh, they are still not separated. Okay, so P selection. Now it is. So just need this, and this will need not this one. Okay. Yeah, so before I do this highlight, I need to make sure that these controllers will be doing the right thing. Yeah, so I need to position these arcades properly, right? So this is the lining of the mouth. They might have some tilting, right? It doesn't need to be exactly this, right? This probably won't be right. Yeah, this will be very odd, right? So it will be something more like this, right? So I'll try to align according to this character design. Let's use the model sheet. I see we have some bad placements for some. No, this one is correct. Yeah, mostly correct. It's just that the mouth is open, so the line D there indicates that okay, this seems right. Then I pick this one. Let's the orientation doesn't seem too good, right? They seem to be a bit retracted. So I'm going to just pull this forward a little. We have a better, more interesting angle there, and to compensate I will also GG here, like here, but we don't I don't want this to be matching, right? So let's do here actually let's select like this. Now this is wrong, so let's do this, right? Proportional editing, let's GG, no. So here just try to move this, no, not proportional editing. Alright, something like that. Here might have some limitations. I see that my mesh is yes, I'm working on the Oh, it is locked. This is not good. Okay, so this is another story I'll explain later. Apparently there was lacking some stuff there, right? And why I have all this geometry here for such a... Oh yes, I remember why I have this. So it's because I wanted more shapes. Shift is 0.8. Yeah, is 0.8. Okay. All seems correct here. No. Yes, and then from the bottom or the other side also this seems good. Yeah, so the idea here is that it is very subtle results, but yeah, and I need to push this back. Ah, there's a good example. Alright. Here folks, a good example on how to use some alignment thing for mesh in Blender. Is a bit tricky. So basically what I would like to do is that these teeth, their origin is there, and control dot, so we get this thing. What happens is that the alignment of the object is not aligned with this inclination, right? Because this is the character design thing. And so what happens is that I need to displace all this mesh. Oops, I want to displace all this mesh in a very precise way. It's not super necessary, but imagine that will be super necessary. So for example, for these vertices, or actually in this case will be maybe all these faces, yeah. So what I'll have to do here is a tricky process. There's already a tutorial on that on YouTube. But so basically we want to use the 3D cursor, because if I use these normal things on the face, well, sometimes it will work. In this case this seems to be sufficient, but sometimes this might not be a good idea. So what we want to do is to use the 3D cursor as the transform pivot point, and we're going to get, actually it's transform orientations, the cursor. Here I'm not don't remember. Then we need to okay, nothing is relevant here, but then we use the cursor tool, shift space bar cursor, right? If you don't have the tools here, then I'm gonna place it here on top of this face. So it doesn't seem to be aligned with the geometry, because there's also this thing orientations to the geometry. There it is. Now it is snapped to the, you see that it has rotated, right? And so align with this geometry. I could use with this one too, and then I can change here my selection, and now this should be, if I do a GX, GZ, you see it is sliding with the orientations of the special 3D cursor. So here geometry, cursor here, and here I think it really doesn't matter in this case. So then go back to W, I think, yes. So here, and now G, X, and you see the orientations are not exactly what I wanted, so I don't know how to handle that particularly. It's not I think maybe the view here, maybe if we got okay, no, so maybe 3D cursor and rotation. So let's do something like that and re-snap. It's not the X. Yeah, so this is not okay. Maybe the Z then. No, it's still not. Yeah. So I don't know about this, but anyways, we have at least these orientations there, which are already helpful. So you can just do this, and then G X, G Y, or maybe just, so this is X, so G Shift Z, just GY is enough. All right, G Shift Z is not really helping here. G Shift X. Oh yeah, because the, okay, I'm confused. So anyways, G Z G Y G X. There we go. And you can probably, yeah, now I've not used the cursor thing, so I've lost my selection. All right, so this is very important thing to work on that and to remember. I could totally align these faces, right? So for example, yeah, but this would never, hold on, maybe SZY, no, SX0, X scale SX0, SY0, exactly, it seems to be working. Yes. Yes, 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 yes. Never knew that. Alright, so another idea, folks, if we want, for example, you see this case, I want to align these faces there. It's a bit hard to pick that, this and this, right? All according to one of them to realign. So if I do just the typical way, like scale the 3D cursor, like on global SZY, you'll end up something like this. Of course I can derotate later, but this is not very nice, right? And actually 3D cursor SX0, well, something is not but so instead of doing that, what I can do is I want to use this face as a reference, or maybe this one. So first let's unhide here. Yeah, let's say I want precisely this one. I use the 3D cursor, the cursor here, shift space cursor, click here, and you see it's aligned with the, because by default this thing is view, and that doesn't work. You see, it's not, the cursor needs to tilt to pivot, right? Geometry, now I click on the faces like it's snapping, even though it's not rotations in all the directions are not, is not exactly what I want, but at least for this planification of the 3D cursor, that's fine. So 2 of its axes is aligned with this plane, and that's enough. Yeah, I mean, one of its axes is aligned, so that's enough, which is this one, orthogonally aligned, let's say like that. Anyways, no, it's more complicated than that. Anyways, no math here. Let's go back to the thing. Now I need this 3D cursor, otherwise, actually let's change again to W, right? So now if I select those things, oops, if I select those things, okay, what's happening here? This face got extruded, right? So bad accident. Okay, there we go. Hopefully I get okay, so alright, so here I got this selection. If I just do the same, if I use the 3D cursor now, because of this alignment, because of this one doesn't matter, individual origins might be good, SZ0, ha, there we go. Now because I have this, well, I don't have a plane for the others, but maybe I can do here and here. Let's do this faster. Geometry, 3D cursor, select the face, then I want all these now to SZ0, there we go. And for the last one, so here I don't know about the edge. I'm not sure if we can align this with the with an edge. So I'm gonna instead just align to this fake face, temporary. SE0, and there we go. And delete that. And go back to whatever you prefer. So here, that's another way to use this for alignments. And I want also to align these others. Let's go back now to to continue doing this. So here on this face, I can probably, well, I can use the same reference, right, folks? Exactly. Well, actually, instead of creating face all the time, I can snap this to a face which is already existing. It will be a ref face, a reference face. You can place it anywhere, doesn't matter. So I get a reference face. Maybe I rotated it. So now let's just keep it there. So, and then now for all the rest, oops, attention, the 3 cursor there. Okay, selections. Now I can probably hide everything here. Hide these faces. I want to have this selection. Pivot transforms orientation, actually. Cursor, individual origin, I think this and SXZ, and so this now is well aligned. Now I'm gonna make this whole, they're not faces, but we are gonna use the same technique, and also for this one. There we go. And you see, this is not aligned with the world space, and it's not also aligned with the orientations of the origin, right? So this is a way to solve this kind of problems in Blender. So now these have perfect alignment in some very arbitrary direction, folks. Alright, folks, so now I won't really bother about yeah, I need to fix the, so another solution, what if I had these orientations different? It's a little question, right? Let's see that. Control dot. Let's move this thing there. This can be dangerous, but let's say that I want to, cannot align this even with some face of reference. SZ0. No, rotate. How do you rotate? Ah, it okay, affect only origin. So why it is rotating? Ah, it's because of the mirror modifier. All right. match rotation, align. Ah, I didn't know that. Okay, where is that? It doesn't seem to exist there. Okay, align to transforms orientation. Rotate. Yeah, so the Y is tilted, right? Except that it is seems to be inverted. So let's do a rotate X and rotate Z and dimensions, apply scale, apply rotation. No, cannot apply rotation. All right. Ah, that is seems. Okay, so this is the, it gives apply rotation. These values are different. Yes, but now comes the thing. Let's rotate on the Y 800 or negative 800. No, rotate Y. Alright, so it's like it just moved like that, so that seems fine. Now I'm curious about bringing it back to the center. No apply. Okay, so and what happens to the 3D? Oh, the cursor loses the orientation, right? Set origin to 3D cursor. Stop reorganizing this. Okay, cannot apply rotation in this case. Alright, so apply rotation can be a bad thing, right? Why those things are like that, right? So no, I don't want this rotations. No, not the X. This will 0. This will be 0. So it's just like that. And here we could simplify, right? Now let's maintain the same. All right. So the idea here is that now this will follow the always this orientation, right? And if I want, I can pick this and let's say mesh transforms align to, well, align well x y0, no, sz0. Oh yes, yes. Alright, so this is interesting. So that means I can pick all these in what the way this ends is not good, right? So need to fix that. So I want to have this face loop, this face loop. I just don't want this one to be ending like that, so this could just be I can make this face loop better. That's just a little but good practice. Okay, since I cannot be sure now, let's just keep improving those things. This is very bad, right? This curvature is not in a great shape. Yeah, this is boring. Sorry folks. So here I need to continue here. Let's see. Okay, structure seems to be fine. Let's go back to the character thing. The model sheet doesn't matter right now, so gonna, oh, the thing got, when did that happen? So edit mode, yes, let's just bring this back to the center, and the mirror modifier, turn on, There we go. Snapped. Also, let's move this back. Alright, so the origin is still there, and it has this, so I cannot apply the origin. So the good thing here is that I can, in principle, just pick those, whichever thing there, and local, and just do this with. So the mesh doesn't need to be perfect, right? It's just that these alignments here, right? They don't need to, they're already unaligned, by the way, but if I were to align it, just do this. Oh yeah, so this is so good. Oh my god. Okay, I need to do some. The problem is that I'm not sure if that will cause some problem regarding the interaction of the objects. I think not. The pivot point, this thing is mesh deform, right? So let's bring this back to some degree of smoothness and problems. So folks, I've never done this before, but I think it's a good idea, and it's about the object orientations. And so for this character design, we see that the model sheet, right, there would be some inclination in the way the arcades are aligned with the face. So there's some tilting, right? So angle, strong angle, it varies, right? So you see, usually you see the chin here, the jawline, something like that, and so this can vary a lot, right, depending on the character design. In this case, it will be something more or less like that. So I'm trying to get the best workflow here to work with that. So let's hide this model sheet. And my conclusion was that actually perhaps one good approach would be to have the control dot here. So the teeth arcades themselves align not with the body, which is normal alignments with world space, right, but with the mesh arcades. Okay, so that, so the tongue is still wrong, but the arcades here is doing that. So How to achieve the perfect alignment? Well, so this one I've done the following way. I had to define, we can define this from scratch, but because I've already started modeling this differently, right? So I've used some trick here that you see this face here. Let's say I want to align everything with, let's dismantle this a little. So I want to align this face here with the other. So we use that technique of the 3D cursor, right? Cursor tool, which is my face that I want. So any of these faces there are correct. So I'll pick this alignment with this tool. Then I make sure here is by default a view, so don't transform, so otherwise this will go badly. So it needs to align with the geometry, in this case with the face, the good face. And then I just get, for example, change here, W. Then let's pick all this face just in case, and then here transforms orientation cursor, SX0. Now all the faces, including the wrong ones, are realigned to match the orientations of this planified thing. And so more than that, the object itself, let's say that I reset here the apply the rotation. So this is a problem here. You need to remember to not apply the all transforms nor apply rotation, otherwise here, oh, I've lost it. So what we do now, no problem, let's say we got still the good orientation there, that we want to orient arbitrary, not from from here, from the face, although you could do this from the local space, right, of this origin itself. So control dot on edit mode, move only the origin, right? Now, so that just to look at the axis, otherwise we could just here on object properties, right, and show viewport display, show axis, right? But here let's use this, I think it's much faster, right? So if you remember the shortcut, then here on object mode there is something cool, which does not even need that, I think. Actually it needs transforms align to transforms orientation. Okay, it needs that. Okay, so you see this is not good, but because my 3D cursor is still there and it is marked as the transforms orientation, which is this one, my shortcut is Shift Grl S, which is the backslash key. So there, so here, because my 3D cursor is still having this alignment there, I can just get the object itself. Remember to just affect origins, and then object transforms align to transforms orientation. There you go. So now this is aligned and it didn't rotate the, otherwise if I did that without this, object transforms align to transforms orientation, this probably will have tilted the, yeah, so by in a very bad way apparently. So control dot select this, and then object transforms aligns to transform orientations. Alright, so something is not correct here. I think I've selected all objects that were showing. Okay, so let's do this again. Now this is fine. And so this is maybe not a good number to remember, so maybe we're just going 33 degrees here rotation, but this for me now it's good enough, because It's arbitrary, so it's not the math here perfect integer numbers at value. It's the what looks good on the mesh, right? So let's use in this case this. And if there's anything else, oh yes, there is something else. Now if we go on object mode and I start to work on this mesh, right? And let's see that I start to it would be better to look at this, take off the mirror modifier for this object for a moment. Alright, so I start to work with this. Yeah, it's a bit messy here, not good to look at that, so let's ignore that. Yeah, just hide the whole object. So then we can now, because of the alignment of the origin, we can use the local space here to, for example, if I mess up with this stuff, right, and I'm trying to align the, yeah, I can use the X-ray here, right? So this is what I wanted. Okay, that was a better setup. Anyway, so you see, I want to align all those things now, rotate them, or not rotate them. Maybe I making a lot of additions there and I have some wrong faces, so I just have to get these faces there. I can do this GY, so align with the, or GX, right? They are following now that, yeah, so GY is the most important here because I can make this perfect sliding, and besides that, also very important, I can, for any of these faces, I can just SZ0 with the 3D cursor, so SZ0, SZ0. So it doesn't matter here, this is not even more about the pivot point of the, it's about the alignment with the local space here. So I'm just getting those faces always aligned, right? And GY, there you see. So of course here, if I want to align them with this, all of those faces, then I select this. Let's do this right at least once. SZ0, scale Z0, and they scale, but not aligned to world space, right? But aligned to local space, the local space of the new origin. So we just cannot allow ourselves to apply those things. And note that here, I think it's a bug or inconsistency. It doesn't matter if you have here, okay, I'm rotating only this and not the object. Now I'm rotating the object, right? Even if this is, okay, this shouldn't be happening. If I change the rotation here, it's bad, but if I change the, oh, it's global space, right? I didn't know that. Okay, so global space and origin, right? No, it's still doing. Oh, this is the mirror. This is of course for this. Never mind. So you see, I'm disrupting here everything. So it's nothing about this stuff, right? It's the mirror modifier that was going crazy. So I don't know if this, to be sincere, I don't know if this can cause other problems for rigging or in the future, but it seems safe, and if we just be attention enough to use this properly, right? And not apply all transforms, nor apply rotation for this mesh object. And also, yeah, so what I wanted to show is that if we have this and rotate here, this will disrupt the positioning, so differently from this, right? And this, if there's something wrong here, just if some values here are wrong, we can just try to zero them out from the from the rotation, right? So we just want, in this case, this kind of rotation. That's it. But I don't have an example for these ones, but I have fixed here a bit before in this stream, so from this highlight. So enjoy, folks. I want an example of this thing. So here, for example, you see this, I don't like that. So local space here doesn't need to be 3D cursor in this case, so SZ0, and look at that, SZ0, SZ0, and all aligned, right, with the local space of this object, which is exactly with that rotation. Toggle this off just in case. Looks like that there's something else here. SC0, and then GZ, yeah, we've got a lot of work to do, right? GY. Now this is good technique. So for this character, it does look like that the arcades are a bit too exaggerated. So oh, I have an idea. Temporarily, let's set this as wire. Here. So I want to match it would be better if my mesh was better, right? Less dense here, because for modeling this is very nightmarish, right folks? So here so the reason why is that I have all this variation on the teeth, which is maybe a bit excessive, right? It's kind of cool, but excessive on a stylized character for stuff that even rarely will appear. But it did give some thought sometimes, so I don't want to just disrupt them. The problem is that I don't know how to automate this, right? So little issue there. Yeah, clipped, deadly clipping. yeah, this is still annoying as it can get, but at least now if I just have this smoother thing, I can just do this, and it's a little, yeah, it's more comfortable with these settings, right? Can easily have this aligned in a better, much more consistent way, right? These teeth are too large here, right? So just need to so they can be matching, yes. Yeah, this is good face loop, finally. And same here. Then we pick this. This is just this stuff here. If we dismantle some of the alignments, we can just realign them very easily with local space and 3D cursor. So super simple. And yeah, finally, this was a good idea. Yeah, it annoys a little in that part, but what I cannot do probably, yeah, I want this spreading to the side, so I need to be a bit careful about that. And this, so we have this face loop, handy face loop, but yeah, it's the best way I found for now, best technology here, but there should be other solutions. So yeah, we can mess this a lot and then just realign as we play with those things. Maybe for this face loop we would also want to have something different, right? So why not? We can still select this by material anyways, right? So there is, so the advantage here is that we can just, this is not locking. Yeah, it's just for this part of the gum. So this is not ideal. Yeah, so let's just solve this. For this one, instead we could have something like this, right? Yeah, this is creates some complication also. Never mind, this part is still not totally sure. Okay, now let's do the fun part. It was never fun before, now it is. Local space, right? Oh, why am I doing this? Set the cursor there, use the 3D cursor pivot point, and there we go. Yeah, so if we can, we should try to avoid messing up these values too much, right? See, the z-axis stays in place, so yeah. So I don't have to be doing this all over again, but it's often beneficial, so smoothing is certainly gonna make them lose their positioning, right? There's no smoothing locking, is there? Is there smooth lock? There's no smooth lock, I think. Yeah, so unfortunately here I want to align these things more aligned with the orientation. This teeth would be pointing towards, so this is still a bit messy in the model. Here we can improve these orientations. GY. This is a canine. So GG to establish. It's a lot of shortcuts here. GX, GY. A premolar here already. So this will be the canine, the two incisives of one side. And they are apparently a bit too big there, so this is the wrong thing. GY. I'm looking on the inverse side, so this is bad. So yeah, so they need to have this thing protuberation a little. They just have one face loop, so this can be bad. I got some limitation, right? And then here, this part is where I need to solve this. This is the canine, but let's change here this setting, this geometry here, I mean. Okay, so suddenly this is getting better. this inner part here probably can be pushed forward a bit more to the X, to the side. This we can expand. Yeah, they need to be able to match. For crushing the food, right? Yeah. This is I'm doing this just because I want to preserve these shapes. Actually, this is an atomic arcades. So this is the technique that I want to... It's a constant shape key in principle, so it is meant to... I have to probably retake these shapes at some point, but basically not too much, right? The idea is preserved because I'm just changing the... So this is for the forms thing. So strategy. If the teeth, because these teeth arcades, they deform in this rig. So I want to rig them with a regular geometry. Unfortunately, by retaking the bases here, I'm provoking some disruption there, so it's not very safe. And by having shape key, we have more meshes to handle, so more dimensions of the mesh to handle. So this is tricky, but can be useful, especially regarding rigging. So it usually works. Alright, so this seems to be going well. I think I'm mostly done with this. Alignment here, yes. So it must start this way because the character already starts with the so here we could do probably some sort of, yeah, let's slightly move this, like tilt this way, right? Alright, so let's say that the upper arcade is already aligned. So I've made this curvature just a little more intense there. And probably can do a little more here. So I'm just moving GY, GZ on local. Alright, let's accept this. Now it seems to be mostly yeah, just here. And expand a little these faces. Scale on local, right? Alright, then let's see the upper shape key, what it is doing. Okay, it's a mess, right? So probably I have to remake this anatomic shape key, but I'll keep it as a reference for the... Basically, it's just that the gums we can retract, but it's very regular geometry from the start. So here, let's just get... Also, why not do this as double mesh object, right? It will simplify the wave painting. Another process, if I just want to wire that, it sounds likely a good idea. So let's pick that and separate this into a so I'm gonna call this one, I don't know, C of the mouth, I don't know. Yeah, whatever, G. So arcade tongue. Here we're gonna already do this. This will be wrong. So this is the tongue, this is the arcade top. And this is the arcade bot. 1G. So what we can do here is perhaps get this or what about numbers here? Yeah. .1, so this can cause problem in files, I think. If this becomes files, it's just Blender that can read them differently, I think. So maybe this is so 1 arcade top, arcade, yeah, actually this arcade top, arcade bottom, tongue, face ghost. Okay, so this is like 0 1 0 face ghost. It's a target for shrink wrap, non-constraint. So in this case, let's bring this as some sort of wire. Can add shortcut to this. Control Shift Control Alt H. Haha. Yes. Not super useful, but kind of relevant. Handy, right? I don't want the armature here. These things we can just hide that. Assign shortcut here? No, it's not accepted. Selection, maybe it's somewhere here. So I'll do Control Shift Alt L, like for L for yeah, so of course we cannot select it from there, this will be annoying, but we can just, at least we can make it unselectable, so it's not that bad. Like here. Disable it. Alright, so I need to try to get can even move this up a little, right? And so now let's try to match. Here at this point, this is not helping. Oh yes, this is a bit more complicated than what I'm doing, right? So basically, yeah, let's not do this. Let's leave them with a gap there. So this, we do this, and then here we just can work through these expansions here. Yeah, so this is the canine. So here we want to start to get these faces a bit larger. Yeah, this seems good, and then this also seems good. Distribution here sounds terrible, right? Gonna improve that. And finally, this last part, better redistribution. Okay, so just need to know about the rotation on the Z, rotation on the X. Okay, rotation on the Z. Alright, that will keep it aligned with the transform pivot point. There we go. That's the last remaining thing that I needed to, one of the relevant things that I need to address. GG here, scale, shift Z maybe. Yeah, that seems to work then. yeah, this seems to be wrong, right? So let's okay, and here they just GZ. Let's just try to bring this to be a little more moderated. Alright, this seems to be finally working, folks. Here, yeah, let's get this better orientation. So here let's Control Shift H textured. Now we can see, yeah, we can see that this is not over yet. Little details to be just this part here can be a little improved. So for some reason this is going bad. Yeah, so ideally we just I should have just the simplest mesh, just like, and re-subdivide, right? Is there maybe geometry nodes could do this better, right? Indeed, this will be a like extruding or leveling up just on local space, right? Perfectly. Yeah, so I've lost the opportunity to do something really fancy here, but I wouldn't know immediately, so this would be a tutorial thing, right? So how to get these arcades automated, right? Instead of all this terrible manipulation that I'm doing here. Anyways, this seems to have fixed the problem, right? These are still a bit too big, right? And this, let's do like this. Alright. Then, if I want to have these anatomic shape key, which are terrible, but let's make some additions here. Here I really won't care too much. I will just try to make some smoothness of everything, right? So can even try to do yeah, SZ0 here, why not? So here just some very basics of this stuff, not gonna care too much. Only the essential things here. No, not that. Here. GZ, and there we go. So all those displacements here, I'm not gonna care too much. Right, and then some alignments here maybe fixed. Yeah, so avoid a bit of chaos. Okay, this improved a lot already. Here this part, maybe just bring this thing here like that. Alright, and maybe it's too deep, so GZ. So all this maybe GZ, and that's, then this is already okay. Then we go, I can lock this, go back to the basics. Let's go back to the bottom and shape key, let's go get it. Alright, so it's not doing too much damage. This one, it seems to be simpler to handle. Mostly it's this part here that seems to be incorrect, so maybe I can try to pick these faces and align here first. Very narrowed. GY. Oh, this is the inverse. Okay, GY. GY, GY, GY. And this is the mirror. Okay, then let's see what. Oh, this is totally wrong. GY, GY. This is the canine. We can, yeah, they are usually inside, right? Yeah, inside. So they are displaced here. GX, GY, GX, GY, GG, GG, GG. Here, just more like here, yes. And here, let's move this here. GZ, RZ, and that seems to be found. So fine. Oh, looks like we have some problem here in the center, or this is just an illusion. in the other arcades there seems to be some mistake. Here, what's happening here? Yeah, something about locked. Okay, oh, there we go. Okay, so fixed. Just this was going to the other side, right? So they can do that. Actually, let's get this and scale here just to be sure, and then SC0. There we go. Good. Then 4, now I lock this, and yeah, this is good. Next, the bottom one. So just make sure these things in both mirror and bases are correct. They seem to be. Then when I go back to the atomic shape, well, alright, then we go back here, augment this, let's see, this one, GY, GX, that looks good. Lock, go back to the bases, and finally, so let's make them, okay, like that. They are sharing the origins. Okay, now finally this thing is done. If I go back to the, let's wave paint those things, right? So to the skeleton here. I have arcades. So first, okay, they are selectable. There's also the tongue. I have a tongue mesh, so it's also, yeah, that's the way we paint all those things. So first, the bone structures are not these ones. Not these ones. Not these ones. Tongue and arcades. Okay, so let's start with the tongue. It's simple. So there's apparently just, yeah, so let's parent this to, oh, this doesn't need the shape key. So just because it's a different character, it's just some slight change here. Okay, and let's smooth this out, smooth everything. There we go. Still not satisfied with this corner here. Let's the front, the tip. So maybe this is good enough. All right. Then vertex groups. We don't need any of those, although there might be some tongue here already. Yeah, there are some tongues. So gonna, let's see, the vertex groups is just oh, it needs parenting. Okay, so parent with empty groups. Now apparently this should be working. This rig, yeah, it is already working. Let's change this to command mount down. Oh, this is part of another setup. This is not what I wanted. Copy transforms. So first thing, yeah, this is like priority for the tongue itself. So tongue fkey tongue, right? So that is like custom space, local space with no rotation, target, armature, Aisha, and then this control base tongue before original. Of course, here. So now this has some, it's not a parenting relation, but now without this, actually without this, the tongue would stay in place, which could be interesting, but since I have these controls, right, I don't need, right, I can do this in this way, so I don't need to be doing this. I can just, yeah, that would be another level of automation, but then I have this F key thing, and I can also, for whichever reason, I can turn it off or whatever, change its influence. The wave painting here might be lacking, I'm not sure. I'm gonna address that. This is some sort inheriting some shearing thing, so this is, I think, about this thing. So oh, it's using, okay, pose space instead. Let's see if there's any strange bond constraint. What is this for? Okay, same thing for the mouth. Local space here, no bond constraint. Stretch 2. No, let's leave it as it were. Stretch 2. No bond constraint, no bond constraint, no bond constraint. Stretch 2. Replace, okay, no, and that's it. All right. So why it showed us is because of this thing, because target. Okay, this will go mad, so no, needs that, right? So the problem is that then it inherits the scaling. of the bendy bone, so maybe get limit scale and minimum 1, maximum 1, and now this doesn't become crazy, although this can limit perhaps some scaling powers there. No, not really. But I think there's needs to, I've been redoing this. Yeah, this is an old setup, so let's just pick this, change to curved. Let's, okay, they already have this. This is not necessary for this one, I guess, more a deforming thing. I'm using this tangent for no reason, because this setup, they are matching. Although there are some mistakes there in the positioning. Yeah, need to retake some stuff. This okay, let's use some apply selected, no, not this one. Apply selected respose. Alright, let's just rematch those things accordingly, so I want, okay, all this snapping to the center apparently, so these ones snap here, this one snap to the head, this one snap here and align with this, right? This can align here, it can be here, yes, and then this bendy bone aligns, matches here. On the heads, right? Same here, and this is the, oh, this is the, okay. So I'll match there. This, let's align here. Yeah, can be that. Then I need to do a last step here. Yeah, the absolute. Okay, so they're using the head start handle and the tail of this bone start handle and the head of the other bone as end handle. Yeah, so that's the setup, and now just fixing the, I make a tutorial this, I'm just making the video editing, soon they will be rendered available. Alright, Then let's pick this on. Oh, what are not? There are just extra bond. Okay, let's move this here. Try to match. Oh yeah, the matching is not good. So we need to I'll have to make some adjustments here. Could be of the tongue instead, right? So yeah, it might be easier with the mesh of the tongue, right? Indeed. So add here proportional editing, X-ray, wireframe actually. I was not using proportional editing, of course. Alright, and then the wave painting, just a quick revision here. We got this bendy bond here, which is incorrect. It's a bendy bond, so usually we want more influence across the bendy bond. So here we could have this, and yeah, then we can blur this one a little. The center we blur a lot, and here we can make a gradation. Okay, that sounds good. And then I can use also a smoother operator, but for now, yeah, and this one is much better. Yeah, so this one is already good. So yeah, so let's not use this these ones. Yeah, maybe we want the last one then, one additional. So then the middle, then we have another one here. And then a last one. Yes, something like that. This tongue doesn't have a subdivision, right? So surface modifier, so maybe we can mirror armature, okay, and maybe generate subdivision surface. There we go. Just one. Optimal display. Use creases. Yes, there's no creases, so that's it. Alright. We bring this already to some. Yeah, I need to split this gnome setup here. Let's dong, no, just dong for now. So bring this then arcades. Okay, now we're back to the arcade. So need to yeah, so let's match those with the shape keys. So I don't want the shape keys here. No, the arcades don't have. Okay, sadly, so I have to remake this. It's very simple. What is a little more annoying is the positioning, right? So I want hide this. I want this to be on some sort of just inspecting. Okay, so the wave painting, I'm not gonna do auto waves. I think it will just won't give the result that I want straight ahead, and this is annoying. Alright, so what I need is to assess this. Oh, there are a lot of vertex groups here. Delete all, unlocked. There we go. Now it's clean. Shape keys. So maybe yeah, again, this was misleading. Yeah, so I just want to positioning the bones, these twig bones, in specific locations of the arcades. So like could use this reference here, exactly this, for example. Then, or yeah, or maybe something more centralized. Yeah, maybe this face, or this is, yeah, that should work. Okay, let's use this, it's simpler. So I'm going to check that. Then this is the top arcade. So I need to grab this entire armature here. Let's move them down. They don't have the same orientation thing, so let's pick instead this and check Shift H selection to cursor, right? Here the diagonal one I'll position here. This and the two bone joints for those non-bendy bones there. And finally here would be here, and I'll position this one there, and pick these two. We're using the symmetrizator SZ0. No, this doesn't work. So SZ0 and SZ0. No, alright, so just snap then. Whatever. Now for the bottom arcade, so not so difficult. Let's hide this. Oh, I see some huge distortion here. Let's try to make a small improvement here. No proportional editing. Thanks. Alright, this lock, I want it to be protected from any accidental. This is very useful, so I cannot accidentally develop the mesh of the shape key thinking it is the basis. Although you can check here, but yeah, it's good to have this information. So here, I'd like to have a highlight here, but I don't have the demonstration power, so this is bad because it's not deforming yet. So similar here, we on this place. Okay, let's make a highlight, why not? So here, folks, I'm reposition these arcade bones because in this rig the arcades deform. I cannot show here right now, but I've imported this from another model I could create from scratch, but then I just need to match those these handles. They are not bendy bone handles. They are just, this is not a bendy bone, it's just one segmented thing. But it just works with the bendy bone with stretch too. They are just not. So in order to stretch and squash the, well, deform the arcades for more expressiveness of the 3D cartoon character, for example. So here what I'm going to do, I'm just repositioning this arcade, bottom arcade bones to the respective. So let's unhide those things so it's easy. Alright, to work. Alright, so these are for the bottom arcade. So I want this to match on this face exactly. So how I pick that is not just the bone, it's the bone and the tip or tail of this bone. Select both, Shift H and selection to cursor in this case, but otherwise I think it will be keep ups. Oops. Okay, I've lost the progress. Sorry, folks. So here, let's do it again. Shift S. So this also works. No, it doesn't work. So it's in this case it's 8. Let's go back here and. Now the other one that I've used for the other arcade, I don't remember, so let's just check here. It was this face here. Alright, so right before the... and also, I'll do something later about that, but I have an atomic arcades that actually... This is the base mesh of the teeth. This is not absolutely necessary, but it's a technique that can work sometimes. It is showing the, so basically if we start out with a rest position that is very regular mesh like that, and then we add an atomic shape key which we give the shapes that we want, like this for the. So if I were to deform through armature skinning, right, armature deform this, and I'm gonna do that with bones, right, exactly these shapes, the deforms might be a bit bizarre in some cases, and so to prevent this might not be necessary for arcades. Is not so complicated, right? The skinning algorithm can handle it, right? But we can do this. There are many cases in this can be useful. So this is a constant. I call it an atomic shape key. It's not a corrective shape key. It's a shape key that grants a base mesh, sort of a base mesh, regular mesh, into some fake anatomy, because this shape key morphs anatomy, because that will not be considered, these shapes here, morphed shapes, won't be considered by the skinning method. So this is like they bypass the skinning algorithm. So this is why shape keys are so useful and powerful. But this is a special technique that I've been exploring. So far it was only good for lips on the Universal Sonic Mouth rig setup. You can find this on Blender Artist forum. But yeah, I'm using this for the lips, like imagine. Yeah, let's show it just right here. By the way, the body of the character. Oh, it is hidden. Hold on. Control Shift Alt H from wire to texture. This is a shortcut I've made here, by the way. You can, yeah, you can assign shortcut to this display as on the object properties viewport display panel, right? So might be useful. So then here you see I have these lips, and I have an anatomic lips here. So from 0, this is the base mesh of these lips, so very regular. So, and here is the lips morphs which bypass the skinning algorithm. Okay, so this is another example. And so here, let's hide, or not hide, Control H wire, lock this, and let's go back to this positioning, folks. So it was the face right before the canine there. I recognize it as this too, because this will be a pointy thing. So here we got Shift S2, selection to cursor to select, right, the middle of the face. Then here, same thing, we pick this and the two joints there of these other bones. Shift there we go. And now for this, the last remaining one, we just want the vertex here, the edge actually, match this there. And for this it's a bit tricky because need the 3D cursor in this case, Shift, no, SZ0, but then it collapses the bone into length of 1, so maybe here will be Shift Z. Yeah, so for this case, let's try Shift S, selection to cursor, keep offset. No, doesn't work. So instead, what I can do is just SZ0, and then this SZ0, or no, actually just pin to the vertex here closest, include non-edited out, because we don't want to match the other stuff like other mesh objects. We just want the armature itself, skeleton matching stuff. So just want the head to, well, what's happened to this bone? Oh, it seems to be, well, there's, maybe this is annoying. So okay, just now it works finally, but it is badly positioned. I haven't noticed that, so just G, Y, and G. So is that enough? Well, they are aligned with that space with this bone, so that's sufficient for me. So these are just and so with these bones, so these are tip or tweak bones. They are meant to control here these fake bendy bone splines, right? We need, of course, to just reset these bone stings. Ignore the other setup, it's just the stretch to actually, well, looks like we're struggling with other things. Oh, of course, this seems to have some unmatching features here. These are on our other setup, so this is not the topic here. You can select all this and hide everything. Now, yeah, this seems like these bones are being displaced, and I cannot reset, so I have no idea what's happening here, folks. It might be some parenting thing. There's just one bone constraint, so maybe the target is incorrect. No, this... Oh, it's because of this one. Okay, fix from here. Yeah, so this is the tricky thing about this, so just fix here and here. Yeah, that's it. So, and then we just gonna symmetrize this, resymmetrize, so we can... The bone constraints, they are not automated, so we need to automate the symmetrization like this. And now we don't have to fix the this stretch to bone constraint for the other side. And so now, if I had these deforms on, these deform bones working, that this would deform the arcades, and we can automate this with the melt rig, but that will be another step. So here I'm just showing some interesting aspects of arcades building. And another thing interesting that I have here the control dot. This is the alignment origin of the alignment of this of all of these faces here. So now I can use local space to SZ0, you see, to realign them, and GZ, GY actually, GX, GZ, so I have these good alignments here, especially this one sliding, so we can work on this basis for this. It's just the arcades which are like that. The tongue could be, right? But then we cannot just apply the rotations or all transforms for this stuff, otherwise it will ruin this this stuff here, right? Alright, so this is some tricks how to work with arcades rigging. Oops, some mistake here, folks. Then let's wave paint this next. I think this... Okay, let's copy here. Let's check if there are... Oh, it's because these are not rigged yet. They are not parented, right? But they should be here. Common mistake here, folks. So I've got these arcades bones here to deform, but it's not deforming. So let's pick. Maybe I need to wave paint. Well, I'll check the wave paint here. So what is the? Let's pick F2 here for this. This is the deform bone, right? Deform property. These are just tweak bones. Then Control C. I want to inspect. Maybe there's no wave painting here, but actually. Very dangerous this search because it doesn't highlight the stuff that are found, so we can think that all the vertex groups are deleted or disappear or they don't appear, so this is confusing. If you search something else here, you see that highlights, so this is a problem. So be careful when using this, very careful, because yeah, I still got mistaken on that. So here there is actually this vertex group, so there is exactly for that bone, right? And if I select this, let's go on wave paint mode. Well, apparently this is not okay. Let's do the easy way. So no, apparently, so what's happening is that even if it has this vertex group, it doesn't seem to be showing anything. Oh, this is the upper arcade vertex group. I've inverted the stuff. No, never mind. Let's do this again. I think that will be okay. So you have, but still, it's not doing anything. Right? No, nothing is happening. And of course, this is a typical mistake that we just have bring these vertex groups, this mesh data from another, and even the arcade itself from another project. So this is why it's just not parented. So let's reset here and let's just parent this to this, Control P. So with empty groups, because we want to preserve the wave painting here, and I don't want to create new stuff. So here now this should be doing their job. Yeah, exactly. So the idea here on this rig is to leave this like that, but to automate these tweak bones. We can pose them manually if we want, but the ideal thing would be to have them like automated in some different ways. So in this case I would have some let's make a demonstration here. The shrink wrap is so that the tweak themselves want, see, this is the shrink wrap. It's an inside shrink wrap inside of this ghost mesh. There is, it could be the face, but no, I'm using a face ghost mesh. We don't see it here, but it's, imagine it's like this face. Did you find in the Universal Sonic Melt rig setup? But this arcade setup I'm doing is special. It's a different feature that I was researching, so investigating, right? So we have this, instead of using the shrink wrap modifier on the mesh, which is very chaotic for this case. So this is way more precise, and we can control the distance. So for this character here, probably I have to make some tweaks, but these are just inherited features from another one. And so yeah, the rest position here is strange, so never mind. Anyway, so we have, if I just re-enable all of this with Alt key, probably this will be, yeah, so let's also do this. So it's a way to automate, to batch the, right, for all of these bones. And then because, so these are the master ones. So I'll show how this can be useful. Okay, then we can let's look at the main character here. Body, unhide, unhide. No, it's not unhide. Control. Texture. Okay, so here if I have a mount rig, and occurs that I have, that's why I'm gonna show. So it's not here is not perfect, but here you see that we have also control lips. I'm missing something. There are some bones which are in the, oh, these ones, okay, I was missing. So these ones will control the arcades through bone constraints, not parenting. And this we can solve the tweaking there, the warping crazily. This is not a problem. So these were meant to bring this together, so or something that need to be developed. But the idea is simple. So we have bones that move only the lips, bones that only move the arcades. This will be the parent, right? And bones that, yeah, and bones that move both, right? That transform both. So that is how cool setup that can be made here. And so that's the idea, folks. So that's why I was rigging these arcades this way. for cartoony deforms and bendiness, and this can be very, very cool, right? Alright, so let's go back again to the this stuff, right? What's happening here? Yeah, this is going crazy for some reason. Oh yeah, yeah, of course it is. Where's the ghost mesh? Yeah, it is going crazy. It, for some reason, it decides to go there, right? Interesting. Okay, this needs urgent fixing. Yeah, so this is causing problem. Then the shrink wrap here is I also cannot afford to snap it to the yeah, so this is like useless. Oh, I see what's happening. It's not just this. No, yeah, it is just this. So, why? It wants to go back. Okay, outside it doesn't do anything like that, so but this is not the behavior that I want. Ah, there it is. There it is, folks. It considers that the inside is inside of that. Wow. that that is a problem. So I didn't know about that. Oh, if I Okay, but if I have a good threshold here, maybe this can be avoided. No, this is still the outside, right? Yeah. So no. Yeah, so because this is so bizarre, so I have like a few solutions to that. First, this face ghost not being the muzzle ghost being separated from the upper part, which is sort of annoying, right? But at least I wouldn't have this thing there. Alright, so this is not too hard to do, right? So basically is that the ghost mesh, I have to have it sort of reproduced, right? So yeah, unfortunately I don't know a solution to that. I'm still researching how I can mimic this for some facial feature, but okay. But well, there's one single advantage, that I can have this now in here and here. So I don't want this object. This I can delete, it's not important. Alright, so I'm going to shift this first. Let's move this to the eyes. I'm gonna call this eyes region, and then here I'm gonna duplicate that. We'll call this muzzle region ghost. I'm gonna bring this there. So this is 0, 1 of the face 1. Zero, 1, two, 0, 1, 2, and this 0, 1, 0. Another surface ghost. They are at the top. Okay, eyes region, eye surface. This is, yeah, eye holes, maybe eyes holes, whatever. I just hope the shrink wrap modifiers, they adapt. Eyes holes, yes they did. Eye surface left, eye surface right, okay. hide. Then anything else here? Okay, I can already hide this stuff. Now that muzzle ghost, Aisha, we bring this like this. I delete these vertices, and for the muzzle I think I will take off this face loops. So I just want these, yeah, faces, and there we go. So yes, so because of this madness of the shrink wrapping, these will be safer. And we have now at least one goes there, one goes here. It's okay. Then now let's look at the shrink wrap muzzle. Eyes holes, no, muzzle ghost. There we go. And now for these targets, so make this unselectable, make this unselectable. I bring this now to the solution finally. The targets, yeah, of this shrink wrapping, they are all wrong now. Let's skip this inside, and value here 0.3. Let's do this, and target eye holes ghost, no, so change the target to, well, let's change these targets to, now just this, so muzzle ghost, there we go. Now you see no more problem apparently, and it will still, might still cause some issues sometimes, but in principle, yeah, this kind of clipping. So maybe here we can consider that maybe we need to, yeah, actually I need to solve this because those things are inverted right now. So let's do some trick here. So I've placed them wrongly. So what would be easier, replacing the bones or renaming everything? Yeah, maybe swapping, right? So to start with, let's make a differentiation between the main ones. So I'm also a bit tired of this display type. These colors here don't help, so let's give them some proper color so this can be more special. Yeah, something like this. The bottom one can be bigger. We can also make them shorter. Shift G, color, extend. No? Well. Make these ones a little. Okay, so we'll pick now arcade down. Yeah, so change this to, they are very close, so this is easy to get mistaken. I think I got it. So here go on pose mode. Let's see. Yeah, this is arcade down, so I'm gonna Control F2. So find replace down we change this to top. Actually, arcade, down this to top, arcade top. Okay, tweak, there we go. Now this still not good. Oh, I changed the objects, right? So let's go back to the selection, Control F2, B, bones, there we go. So now this is top. No, never mind. So top, still bottom. All right, so Control F2, so instead of top, bot. That should do. Now this is bottom, alright. And now for these ones, oh, then the bone constraints all inverted, okay. Sort of. Now, I've already made my choice, so if they were easy to identify, that would have been better, right? And not so close to each other. So Control F2 instead of up, then top. Yeah, so maybe it's a question of also repositioning those things in the, yeah, in a way that they are easier to grasp. Yeah, so let's remake the positioning, unfortunately. So instead, this time, let's pick from the bases, right? But would be that it's not super cool, right? Actually, the best thing might be to pick them from this. Yeah, this is a good distance, right, folks? So I think that will be the most accurate for the shrink wrapping, actually, right? Yeah, or maybe from here, but then they got too close. So this, let's do this instead, right? The front of the teeth, and yeah, that's alternatively we could pick this, so they'll be still okay to differentiate, and a little better for the, yeah, so something here, and as an intermediate solution, let's accept this one. The deforms might be good from this base of the teeth, but because this, the frontal part is so important here, I do this instead. Okay, so let's bring this, yeah, the top, and also let's bring this, S0, then SZ0, no, Shift H, now we grab that, right? Next we want, yeah, it's good to pick this from the state of the mesh or the state of the, oh, it's already helping, right? Yes, it's already helping because, no, it is not. Okay, I'm picking this from the state of the shape key, so this might be okay. Yeah, the morphs. Then from this other, I want this face. So I want the, yeah, this is really the top. There we go. And for the last one. I want this face here, yeah, or maybe this, the last one. No, the last one. Okay, now they are matching. Let's reset this. First this one, then this one, right? Good. I'll redo this B-bone scaling stuff, right, folks? So this will be the bottom. I want them to be bigger. Now these ones, thinner, because these are the top one. I think heavier on the bottom, whatever. The other idea would be to change the colors, right? Yeah, the colors, good differentiator. And so maybe like this can be red, and this can be a secondary color. This is the color I'm using for physics now, so maybe this ones is for helper bones, but yeah, this kind of helps. Then the top one indeed, so can do something like, so these are the bottom one, so these tweaks can be in a darker pattern, and these ones could be on some yeah, this can be confused, but yeah, we seem to differentiate. There's the size also, so this is not too bad. This one hasn't changed. We gotta symmetrize all that, right? Let's select by color here. Select by color and no extend here. Okay, individual origins, let's this one also hasn't changed. Make them taller, that will be a bit more interesting. Alright, then here yeah, then for this one, so the bottom one, let's use this, and the topper one, this. Alright, then yeah, I can symmetrize this. Not sure I did totally correct there. Symmetrize, right? Then here, this is annoying. If those bones, they are like that, need to yeah, this could be taller, much taller. Okay, now let's continue the Actually, these bones here, they can have the same color there, right? Like this, the top one doesn't need to have this highlighted color because it's much bigger anyways, and this one can have this color, right? Except that the top one, just to distinguish them more, let's do like this, yeah. And here, just a little larger, same here. Alright. Now, already need to reposition the other bones, right? So here I'm gonna hide this. Let's do I was using this one, so pick this and this, shift H there. Here I think it was this face, so this and the joints there. Now this would be this, there, and for these ones (3D) cursor SC0 and snap to there. There we go. Then this I'll decide to make them thinner. Again, this some bone there, I think, don't have the proper, some strange symmetrization happened there. Okay, saving here. Let's see if everything now it's correct. Let's look at the arcades. Alright, so you see how this is working already. There's another thing that I would like to do. It's some sort of pivoting idea. And now I think I know how to do this, even though... Yeah, so let's try to look at this in this sense. Tongue. I'll use some reference here. Like this, right? So, maybe it is not so much accurate, so let's use the 3D cursor to pin that. Move it. Oh, there is the rotation. Okay, but it's not what I want, so let's try to find some pivoting center for those things. Even though this is not, maybe I'll have even need of two. So I'm gonna make a mechanism bone here, which is be called arcades pivot. Yeah, actually map pivot arcades. So I'm not sure how that will work if I need two of... the main problem is that the pivoting that it can offer will never match exactly the pivoting that these arcades need, but it can help in some sense. I would like to align this with the local spaces first. I don't know if I can do that. Oh yes, I can probably do that. Alright, I can tweak the... Okay, let's get some shape key here. Turn this off. Let's check this face there. 3D cursor. Transform pivot point. Let's get here. Yeah, it is well aligned there, right? Then we get this rotate on the x-axis, snap to align. Well, there's no... local space maybe? No, because the local space is different. Align with 3D cursor. Yeah, but no. SZ0. Oh, SZ0. Okay. Okay, so that might work. So instead, let's do two of these because I'm not totally sure. So Shift D, Control Alt F. They can have this sort of slight displacement, so that's not a problem. Alright, so I got the one from the top, one from arcade top, arcade bot. There are some ways to do this. For example, parenting, right? Parenting is the would be the traditional way. What is the parent of this? Command mouth. So maybe this is no. This is maybe not good thing. Okay, the parent. Okay. Let's change the parent here instead. This. So it just be parenting relation. Will that be sufficient? Of course not, because this rotation is not what we want. Their positioning is very bad, right? So we need them to be... You see that this doesn't match at all what we need. So I'm gonna try to approximate, and this will just parent to the def head, right? which can be dangerous. No, that's correct. The arcades need that anyways. So this is a terrible pivoting, right? This is still working. I mean, this is still acceptable. Oh, this is interesting. Okay. Although the displacement... This is bad, right? So strange, right? So okay, this might be... This one is simpler. This one is more natural, right? So it shouldn't need anything else, so this one is more fine. Alright, then is this one that is strange, right? There's no upper jaw in for human characters, right? So need to do something. Oh yes. This can be dangerous, so let's push it back. And yeah, it's hard to inspect, right? And here there's clipping that we can also give some limit. Yeah, limit should be nice. It's not exactly the one that I wanted here. It will be something more like that, right? Alright, let's accept this one. And so I'm gonna of course they should not pivot in sync, so here maybe limit rotation. This won't really help because this is, yeah, then all this is limited, right? Okay, so let's see for the bottom one, maybe limit rotation, so it's like negative 30, I don't know. Okay, so here, right, so Local space might be nice too, and this pivot point is not helping. Yeah, no, this is okay. 0, then maximum. Who knows? Yeah, just that, right? Maybe for minimum. -5, I don't know. Yeah, just in case. And this one, limit x, so no limits. Limit x, yeah, but why it is doing that? Local space, all right. Then minimum -5 again, or no, now this is the minimum. We'll keep going, maybe up to -15, okay, and maximum 5. Here maybe a little more, a little less, -20, but there's clipping. But this is the ghost mesh, so this is not the real body. The real body is, yeah, they are still clipping. So this can be could be prevented in other ways, but let's make sure we got the basics here. This -15 should, yeah, even that it's not good enough, so -12. Okay, maybe this can do the job. So I'm not sure this setup here will help for the arcades, but it's something that I always feel is lacking in this rig, because so I don't want this. Yeah, let's move this as controls arcades, so the base controls, so they would be more specific bones, more controllable bones, right? So I should move this to the mouth. So the arcades, yeah, there's still one problem that I've made wrong. So what I've made wrong is that I've inversed these bone constraints. So I don't see very well, but in principle this is doing leap up. No, this is accurate, so I don't know how this stuff got control mouth is this. Yeah, I need some time to figure this out. So mouth, okay, so this mouth left, okay, so this is the side mouth left. So these are simple. Mouth left, mouth right, mouth right. Okay, so the central ones are fine. Nothing special about them right now. So I was considering having the arcades move with this, even though this will be just to be coherent with this. So that will create some more requirements of the tweaking there. Yeah, like imagine this moving. Yeah, we'll need to move these and probably these two very slightly. Yeah, so yeah, not too complicated. So shift D that and just get this, and this is the up one. Yeah, so mouth top, mouth left, mouth right. Yes, yes, the symmetrization of these names don't work of the bone constraint, so this is an annoying thing. This is why I don't have them. Yeah, this is unfortunate. Alright, so I have this. I'm gonna pick this target, mount up, and we'll move like slightly, right? Okay, and then same here, we're gonna copy selected, so only this one, and change this here to, this is something else, reduce this by a lot, and so we're gonna just symmetrize these ones. Well, what is happening there? Looks like this is not moving enough. Yeah, so it's like this needs to move like, let's move them in sync then to have a good motion, like hold Alt and augment these, something like that. That seems good. Alright. So I can move the arcades on its own. This will move lips. The problem is that I don't have a this was supposed to, yeah, I've unparented, right? So this is crazy. This is causing some conflict. But the way I've made the rig, so this is more consistent. I just need to revise what I do with these ones now. Okay, let's do this now for the bottom. So just copy that, except we do now change to mouth bot. It's not working. Of course, the target changed. Of course, we don't want this influence. It will be very slight influence. And here, control C selected, move this here, reduce like here. Okay, this seems to be good enough. And now symmetrize this and this, resymmetrize. Now we have those things moving in sync. The shape is a bit bizarre, but here we might have on this character design to change some of this, yeah, how this is automated. Yeah, so this is what I want. This is somewhat cool. We have to follow this arc, even though this arc is not perfect. So another way to achieve this, right, would be to, we can pose these things according to the, yeah, so if I pick this and rotated them, so I could rotate them using, so copy transforms, customs, no, local, its own annotation, custom space, use this. So we're gonna use this as a pivoter on here. So if I rotate this, no. Okay, so this is not working for what I want. So never mind, something I'm okay, because actually this is for the parenting, so there will be, yeah, I can't do this by the rotation. This is not the case, right? Or did I got it wrong? Yeah, no, never mind. So this is not the case, folks. Here what I want would be, so there's this pivot point, right? Pivot bound constraint, which some people usually thought it is incorrect. So we need to target this. Maybe now this, I've checked, I think, so always, I don't want offset, I want the target here. So you see it's already crazy, and pivot offset no, and then there's no local space for this. Let's say only the X. Now this usually is wrong, so yeah, so pivot offset from the target, which is hard to, yeah, so let's try to move this to its position. I don't remember I needed to do that. Anyways, you see it's doing some arc? No, it isn't. So it's just an illusion. Alright, so this is not good because I have to apply this in order to, yeah, so let's hope that now if I rotate, no, so there's no automation here, I cannot, Yeah, so this is junk. I don't know how to use this for this case. Maybe it's unusable. I just wanted it to... Okay. Well, we still can control this here. So basically, it's like if I use this as a... like... Let's test this idea. Because I can do that, right? It's like I'm using this bone just as a sort of a custom shape, right? The positioning of it. So viewport display and custom shape. Armature. No, I cannot use the armature custom shape. So it would be like... not for this one, sorry. This one. Oh, I think I see. So let's use empty widget, empty cube. Okay, say an empty cube. Yeah, this wireframe also the override transform, something about this, right? No, this is not working. It's like I would like to have this position. I think it might be the inverse then. Yeah, something like that. So it's about some sort of... So it is still doing its job there, but it's going... Yeah, so here instead, let's see, arrow and single arrow. Well, this is bad. I can try to just mimic that, but this is annoying, right? Or I can try to give alternatively. Yeah, why not? This is simple. Control A, then aha. So let's bring this one. So this is the bomb that I was looking for. There we go. We can scale this up. And even I thought inverting it, but like to be some sort of inward thing, so it stop conflicting with the, yeah, like pointing to its center, or not. No, not exactly. So no, not inversion of that. and then bring this with the same copy to selected, copy auto selected, and paste this, and alright, so upper jaw, top jaw, lower jaw and top and upper jaw. So here we maybe change these colors, right? Instead of just this, will bring this one, and this one will bring that one. Yeah. So this is not ideal, but we can use those things, right? It would be nice if I had something for the chin there, and I have, but it's not completed. So like this bone here, okay, the chewing thing, we can achieve it through that. Okay, so this is not terrible. This bone is actually doing nothing. Yeah, this is the arcade, so it will be more this combination. Looks weird on this character design, but it's not an expression that I've seen people doing. It's not something that, for me, animating that, I don't know, it doesn't, might be cool, so but I need to improve that motion there. Seems like there is, yeah, the lower arcade is not in good position. So okay, we got some progress here in this stuff. There are more things to investigate, but we are getting these right. And why are these are in no place? So just move this to melt, and then we go melt, and this goes back to arcades because they are structural to the arcades. So by getting them position overridden by this, we can, or getting their positions overridden by the viewport display custom shape, then we can have them positioned here and do their job, part of their job, yeah. And they can still move, yeah, we can still have this motion, which is important, but yeah, this will require more automation. There's many deforms going on that, yeah, more wave painting on the melt rig and all that. So clipping there, yeah, so lots of things for the arcades that we still need to improve. There would be for these gums, we can shrink wrap their mesh in particular to the, because they are in the borders, right? We can, with a vertex group, shrink wrap modifier, yeah, so maybe that will be nice. So that's it, folks. So this was long enough, but more interesting stuff to grow in this character. So we are progressing at a higher pace now, and according to my expectations here, yeah, I can make some, but this is not even completed, right? It's far from, in terms of the details, but this can go fast. Really the big topic now for me is not even solving the details of the universal sonic melt rig or this tweaking this experimental things that I'm doing for the melt, but it's actually the shape keys to be working with the universal sonic melt rig. So basically we would have some sort of shape keys that will help all the deforms of the lips of the mouth. And I think I want to experiment some combinations of expressions. I've never done a shape key based facial rig entirely, so I don't know exactly all the tricks that a lot of tricks that people use. I've seen many tutorials, but it's never so simple. And so I want to make this thing good, so we need to probably shrink this. Yeah, these are too big, and I think this is was a mistake from my part, so it's already GGD. Okay, need to be on. I was in pause mode, typical mistake here. So GG, no? Origins, okay. This probably messed. No, it didn't. Alright, so just in case, set origin to 3D cursor. Okay, GG. I'll reduce this because it's... I'm using this. Okay, GG. Alright, so I have no idea what is... this is a shape key. I'm destroying the anatomic lip shape key. Or actually, I was not editing it. Okay, so now let's do this. Okay, GG, finally. So it's a shape key thing. So let's reduce here, because in the universal sonic melt rig this doesn't exist. We go straight from the lips, but I need this extra mesh. I could deform it directly from this part, right? But this will take too much mesh displacement from the inside, so I found that doing this also works, but the edge, we have problem with the subdivision surface modifier and the edge creases. So stuff that I need to improve a little more. And so reducing here, this should probably help, even though I'm probably disrupting this shape key, but it wasn't perfect anyway, so we can probably anatomic shape key. Let's do some tweaks here. This is just shape key, so it's fine to retake. They were already too large for the character design. It was wrong. Here we see that got some problem in this mesh, in this. The corners are always very difficult, I think. Okay, so something very wrong about these meshes here. Just smooth this out, that should help. So it's good that the shape key, they also can, this anatomic shape key can also shape these faces here, so yeah, it should sculpt all this stuff, right? Should be able to do a lot of adjustments here, right? It can correct a lot of things if provided we do things properly, and here is, of course, is not good enough. Maybe with simply with the universal sonic melt rig position, this will be easier, that we just have to cut this off, right? So I'm considering simplifying the model, right, just for this section here, for this. And here you see what's going on. There's just the mesh of the, there's too much mesh on the, yeah, this is a mess, right, for the anatomic shape key, I mean. Some vertices here shouldn't be here, I think, so this should go, yeah, all this should go to the inside, and then, yeah, it's hard to visualize even for me, so let's move like that. Okay, this is better. Here we can do that, yeah, so, and yeah, so these ones, maybe we want at least one row there, but it was just very badly positioned, and we still want this, and here we want, yeah, so this will be a perfect thing to use some masking here, right, like there was no tomorrow, something like this, and here, and here, yeah, here, yeah, using mask as there is no tomorrow. So now we can just do some smoothing with these faces, and this is much better, right? So this is okay. Let's make this a last highlight then for this session, more content. Okay, folks, so here, last tip of today, of this stream. So you see this, I'm trying to work with the anatomic shape key here. So this is the regular mesh of the lips, and this is the shape key that I can lock to prevent, this is junk, this is, ignore this. So I can give the lips regular mesh that will be better for armature deform, the skinning method, skinning algorithm. This is the universal sonic mouth rig, by the way. So this is a way to give anatomy and volume to the lips. So because these shape keys, they bypass, they are constant, right? They'll be always like here. They want to, so we just edit them once and lock, and that's it. But here I'm trying to edit, I'm having difficulties because of the corners, right? Lip corners, and all this gets messy. Now I've already fixed a lot, but this was completely messed up. It is still this, you see stuff there. Let's unlock. And so I'm working on the anatomic lips here, and so what I need to do here is masking, right? Just as wave painting, we do some masking, serious masking here to be comfortable in this thing. LL, this is select linked on material, Shift H, there we go. So now we can do this, right? And now this is a lifesaver. Look at that. So these can shape this much better, and yeah, so smoothing, now we can do serious work here without too much GG. Yeah, so this we can still need to be still careful about this, because I don't want to change the faces here of the face too much around. It's more about the lips, but it's good to have a little readjustments there. And so this is how we can solve this lips part, right? The corners, and smooth those things with, there'll be a lot of work to do, of course, but this already helps a lot to smooth these annoying things. It's very hard to manipulate this mesh, right? Usually. And here I try to reduce this for the shape key. And yeah, well then, Yeah, but the smoothing will try to spread them, so must be careful. So smoothing, nothing always work on our favor. It depends on the geometry and the topology, right? Alright, so that was the idea. So you can keep doing this and this until you get good results for this for the whole lips, and it will help a lot in making those you can use also proportional editing here, can help occasionally. Probably can help a lot. I was just not taking advantage of it. Alright, so use masking for some critical editing so you can get better things done, right? So I'll continue working on that. And so if we are not satisfied with the final result, we can still find some in between, right? So to match whichever. And we can also have, of course, other. This is not to be touched in principle, so we want to best anatomic result here. And then we can have other shape keys for lip shapes if we want. I probably am gonna do this, and that's it, folks. That's it, folks. Thanks for watching. Hope that was inspiring. So that's a very long, so we'll be back and we'll continue working on that. New weekday, Monday, but today will be sooner probably. So take care, folks. Happy blending and see you next time. Enjoy.